them all again. Half a day and heck yeah. Oh, I'm low again. God, this camera always changes because I'd be jiggling on this stuff. Anyway, we're here for more 8th Attorney Apologists Trilogy. Probably said it out of order, but that's fine. But I noticed something in the option setting. Well, this. There is a story mode, which plays, autoplay allows you to progress through the game automatically without having to press any buttons. The answers to questions, presentation of evidence are handled on our behalf, though. And they're like, some achievements may not happen if you do this. And I'm like, but, yeah, it'd be interesting to see. And also I saw, where is it? I saw this, and I'm like, is it just the objection, or is there some more chitty chat? Turn this on to enable consultations during trial. After failing to present the correct evidence a few times during a cross-examination or similar, you'll have the option to consult your partner for hints and help. Only available in DD and SOJ, not available in... Okay, I guess the first one. Well, hello, second. So, I'm gonna say we turn this on, just to see what it does. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, this is such a nice setup. A new era begins. It's like 3D 2D. Oh, I like this. This is pretty. Isn't he a musician? That persistent's a magician? Why do we have magicians? Alright, so let's just take a gander here. Oh, it's gonna see if it would, change the preview. Alright, just new game it up. New game. I'm late today because I was trying to adjust my calendar because I was like, okay, if I take off a day or two, what can I put in those day or twos? So I was throwing some stuff. But fun fact, we have another dev gifted game and it looks really good. I'm excited. Don't mind me, I'm going to eat my snack now. You just murder him over a card game? Wait. Is this a false alibi? Because I thought he was playing cards. I do like story mode. I will say it's nice, but I would have to be careful. If I'm not paying attention, I'll be like, what'd I miss? Also, if anybody's into No Man's Sky, there's a whole bunch of Twitch drops happening right now. It looks cozy. I'm almost done with my snack, I'm sorry. Wait. Wait, is that who I Pain! Oh my god, I love his hair. God, wow, look at the animation. Look at the pixels and the shading. It's no longer like solid colors, like there's actual shading, it looks like. Oh, Apollo's so cute. Alright, Kristoff. I will say this, being in story mode, I probably can't read as fast as they're doing it, so. Mr. Gavin? Kristoff Gavin? Kristoff Gavin. Huh? Huh? Wait. What? Wait. 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 Damn, I said he looked cute too. What is going on? What is... Hold on. Hold on, how do I pause story mode? Yeah. Wait, where did we last see him? Last we saw Phoenix. He was solving cases. God, I'm trying to remember what the last thing was. Oh, so what? It was a long time ago. I mean, I think it was last month. Shit, it was a long time ago. How did... He's a piano player now. I'm sure they'll explain. I'm sure they'll explain. I was just like, huh? Huh? Took the victim, a customer, and he hit him. Wham, on the head. Schmack. Killed him cold. This is like, what, the third case that we've been accused of? God, Phoenix. The pianist for the club, it seems. I took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice. The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. Ooh, wow, look at that layout. Something to note, Justice. Oh, hold on. I want to see the sub-basement at the Borscht Bowl Club. Interesting. All right, continue. I have so many questions. Make a practice of checking it frequently. The court record. Right. I've heard of that. Use E to look at the evidence so far. Be like, what do you mean, E? Alright, just use E. Sound like it's time for some hands-on action. So the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Shoddy Smith? We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor. Traveler? According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear. And he had some sort of connection with the defendant? That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime. If they'd only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing? That doesn't appear to have been the case. Let me just make sure I'm not playing this corner. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill, at least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime. Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself. Yeah, he got the flip-flops on too. Indeed, it appears our defendant. What happened? Maybe it's just the brain being like, I can fix him, and it's like, no, he's just chill. Objection! Is it true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim? Yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Come again? The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women. That will be our first order of business here, then, to find out more about this fatal game of cards. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. He is adorable. I love him. Alright. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is. A game. And our customers are happy. Okay. A pianist who can't play piano. Better than a defense attorney who can't defend. Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Right, Your Honor. Alright, let's see how this goes. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it! Are you alright? You're sweating bullets. Bullets? Where? It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too. My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times, though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher course in cross-examination? No need for your help here. I didn't pick it! I think you better do more than think. You know it, or you do not. I'm fine. The cords of steel are ready for battle. My weapons. This is cute. I love this. I think he's adorable. Find inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it. Know it. Do it. Inconsistencies. Lies? Phoenix Wright? As if Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Ooh, I like the animation. All right, let me just turn off story mode real quick so I can answer. First opinions. I mean, I like Apollo. I think, you know, he's a young lad, first trial, so he's like, you know, probably fresh out of school and like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. Also with a last name like Justice. I'm sure he got bullied and teased a lot and was like, there's only one profession I can go into, you know? Because I'm sure if he went into any other profession, they'd be like, oh, with a last name like that, why didn't you become a prosecutor or a defense attorney? So he's like, I have to do this. This is now my calling. Christoph Gavin? I'm trying to figure out the pun on his name, but my brain is not catching up to it. He seems alright. He seems cool. He's got the interesting wispy curled hair. I'm more of like, dang, Phoenix Wright had like a glow up while going down, and I'm like, I don't understand. I'm like, is it the scruff? Is it the chill eyeballs? I'm like, I don't know. Probably the sandals. I think it's just he looks really cozy. He looks really comfy. But I'm like, Phoenix knows how this works, so like he wouldn't lie, right? He would just go into it. Also, Christoph Gavin's name pun is too spoiler to explain, and it's rather complex. I can explain the last name in the next case. Okay. So I was like, Gavin. I was like, it's close to Gavel. I was like, maybe he's like the judge's son, but I feel like he would have been like, hello, son. But that didn't happen. Alright, so if I hit story mode, penis by trade, my real job's taking on interested customers. Hold it! They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I am a professional, after all. Bah, do I detect I love Payne's hair. I think that's a fantastic choice. It's like his hair is still growing, just not here. It was a bit limited, Winston. What? I've played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost once. What? You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. Quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once. Is that even possible? The room where we play and the competition there are the club's main attractions. Oh man, thought you were the main attraction! The room in the crime scene photo. Is it an attraction? Also, what's the bracelet Apollo has? The Borscht Ball Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. Black market? I love his like sweat animation. Suffice to say that there was a lot of deals being made under that table. Right there in that room. A smoky room, gambling hoods, you know? Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. I can practically picture it now. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. Until now. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. 2 decks of cards. A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lines scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor, each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we use 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other blue. As I recall in poker, you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Yes, a game of hands. This competition you're talking about. I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a simple game, after all. Oh god, he's so cute. Also, I just love the layout. Like, this courtroom looks like more 3D. I pause real quick. So yeah, story mode simply removes all gameplay and turns into reading a self-scrolling ebook. It seems a bit weird of them to include it in the games that introduced new mechanics left and right, as well as the least punishing games in the franchise. But it's good. Right, I was like, if you're here for the story, perfect. But it did say that there were some things that I still had to do. Like, hold on, where's my thingy? Nope, not that. Options. You did that. Yeah. Turn this on, enable story mode in place of autoplay, allowing you to progress through the game automatically without having. The answers to questions, presentations of evidence, etc. are all handled on your behalf. Oh, so wait, so I don't have to do anything? I don't have to do anything. Oh, this is fantastic. It's like a movie now. I just have to read. And if I start choking and dying, it's fine. Oh my god, that's amazing. I totally misread this. I thought I had to still do stuff, but if it does everything, then we might finish this even faster than I anticipated. I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. What? Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. I Completely let that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice.
Sir?
Right. There's something I'd like made clear. Wait, so he's Phoenix's friend? Namely your connection to the case at hand, and I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? Very well. The defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press. And I've got myself a whole new testimony. I played silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Whoa? Objection! So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon? This grape juice bottle. Wait, so why is he pleading silence about the murder? But he's like, I'll tell you this, I didn't touch it. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? I'm sorry. I think I need to see more of Mr. Payne flipping his hair. That's amazing. Oh, that is a drawn-out objection. No need to shout, I can hear you just fine. He's so... Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears in our case. But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints alone don't prove... There we go. Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints. Huh? But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down. Upside down? What does that mean? It means he was holding the bottle inverted. And there can only be one reason for that. Clunk. I can't. His like smug look while he flips his hair is perfect. Hey, I'm so glad you're here.
I think things just took a turn for the worse, Mr. Gavin.
I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? Didn't Mr. Gavin say that he was having lunch with him? I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. What is this game? Not very cooperative. Not this game, but like the game that he's playing in this courtroom. Sure, he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason. Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Oh, reported? Was it him? Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that... Really? Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone. Near the scene? Let's take a look at a diagram of the murder scene, shall we? Hey, Kristoff has a great voice. The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down from ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above the ground. Hey, there's been a murder? The call came from the first floor of the restaurant. I see, and this is the phone that made the call? Does it have the same ringtone? Does it go do-do-do-do-do? The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Chose? Choose. Chose, it's 1-0. Yet he fulfilled his duty as a citizen, and you claim he is being uncooperative? Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being. Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about... What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment that the crime occurred? How can you possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness. Please do the hair flip again. You're as good as they say you are. Please just... So someone else was in the room at the night of the crime. They must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Oh. Very well. Prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. This is exciting. I don't have to do... Oh! The witness will state her name and profession. What is... Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness? What is she... I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. So I used a little hair gel. Relax, people. Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them down.
You are sure?
Is she holding soup? I swear to my gavel, please come out. Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor? Well, if you are sure it is okay. Is that soup? Is she holding soup? Also, if you feel like you need more time reading in case you didn't see there's an option, right? I have it set to a second, so I'm like, right now we're good. But I'm like, I don't have to read everything. But I know if I'm reading something in chat, I'm just gonna hit F to stop it. So that way I'm not like talking over if somebody's trying to read. But also, who is this person? She's... Oh my gosh, she's from the Borscht Club? Will the prosecution care to explain the witness's, paraphernalia? Yes. She's a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade. And that would be... My name is Olga Sorry, what? Olga Early. Olga Early? Olga Orlay? She's got mittens on. How are you not toasty? I was employed as a waitress in the Borscht Bowl Club. Okay, we're gonna... Where is it? Nope. Yeah, we'll do like 1.5 seconds. See how we feel about that. And why the camera? Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht that is naming restaurant. But I also perform, how it is said, other service. I take it one of those other services is taking the customer's pictures? Da. Like, for example, this one. Well, that's the defendant. Indeed, on the night of the murder. Man in white hat is one who has gone kaput. Wait, did we just switch from German to Russian? Or Russian to German? Order. This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps. Ooh, if we miss dialogue, press X, let's see. No, that's fine. Answer the challenge, I guess. But there is no challenge, we're just gonna casually enjoy the story. Also, that's a lot of wine bottles around Phoenix. Wait, so she was in the room? Bad guy was arrested and room where murder took place. What? Your look of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post by courtroom door later for you. Da. Photos will be numbered, and you will write which ones you want a copy of. So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shotty Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga O'Reilly, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... Was it her? She the killer? Oh, is it T? Let's see. Oh, nice. Witness testimony. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. Da. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. Da. That man flew at victim, and it's strangling him to death. Is strangling him. Wait, so he assaulted Phoenix? Incidentally, who won the game? Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith. Objection! Good objection. That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Justice? Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection? But he hadn't lost in 7 years. Take it from me. I didn't lose the case my first 7 years as prosecutor. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. Alright, these are the poker chips as they lay the very moment of the crime. Alright, so he's got 3 kings, 2 aces, 3 sevens, 2 aces. Okay. So, the dead guy won, but Phoenix says he never loses. Interesting. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith. Chips. you say. Duh. I mean, yes. Imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils. Okay, this is them explaining poker if you don't know what poker is. I know that. After all, in my youth, I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3. I think he means poker face. Nah, poker head. Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Chips added. What is this? Somebody's messaging. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. Okay, it was cold. Both players played with hats on. This seems like such an odd thing to note. Here, pause real quick. As for Olga O'Reilly's name, pun, her last name is literally just a pun on O'Reilly, and her first name is a common Slavic name meaning holy or prosperous. Holy O'Reilly? That works. Victim plays whole time with locket at his neck. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. Yeah, like, why would she deal the cards if Phoenix is the person? Objection! Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Duh, normal customers only choke on borscht. No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Miss O'Reilly, really now, did you witness the crime? Where's the... Spider-Man reflexes here, let's go. Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything, right? That'd be weird. Yes, it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Oh, wow. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. Wait, so somebody put the hat back on? Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? His head certainly was hit. Good job, Judge. So proud of you. But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at victim. His neck. Oh, really, Miss Real? Oh, really? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice. I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more? What do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. Yes, please. There's such a thing as thinking too much. This horse... This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too.
Kristoff, are you psychic?
That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. Duh. The victim, he plays a hole with his hand on the locket at his neck. Yeah, I'd be like, what locket? Because he has one there. Objection! Wait, is that the locket Phoenix is wearing? You know, there's one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? Kristoff is the best defense attorney in town, possibly in the country. The man knows everything. Are you saying Phoenix is no longer the best? The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. No, but look at this photograph. Look at this graph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean? If we are to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. No, Phoenix has it. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. Wait, is this another crime of Phoenix having a locket when he's not supposed to? Taking it off. Wait, get on me. The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Defendant, what do you have to say to this? Yeah, he's wearing the locket. Say. Yes? I just noticed this, but you have something hanging around your neck. Oh, let me pause real quick. Phoenix ain't an attorney anymore, but even before that, Phoenix and Kristoff were basically sharing top position, although with completely opposite tactics, because Phoenix is sly and bluffing, while Kristoff is more methodical and well-prepared. But that's what I'm saying, though. Does this game tell us why he isn't an attorney anymore? Because last we saw, he was an attorney. And he was like, I'm gonna do good. And then now it's like, he's been a piano player for 7 years. So I'm just like, what? What? Oh, you mean this? Yeah, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter? Come again? You have a daughter? What is happening? We'll get your answers, of course. We confirmed at the time the picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. You have a kid? So Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? It's very sus because the photo. Hold on. F the story mode. Give me the record. Give it. Give it. Where is it? This. See? He has locket. Oh, granted, you can't see if he has a locket or not. Also, is this fake snow in the restaurant? I was wondering what the white stuff was. Also, this seems like a very unsafe place to have bottles. Someone could trip. That's a tripping hazard for customers. Okay, fake snow. I mean, you know, if it fits the vibe, it fits the vibe. All right, back to story mode. Perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game. Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost badly. Not even badly. Oh, Miss O'Reilly. You will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and defendant. Duh. Do Russians say kaput? Serious competition. The game began with 3,500 points in chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game. As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow. Is this gonna be another weird case where it's like, if you had just said something at the beginning, we wouldn't have to go through this whole thing? I'd done it in a fit of rage, Your Honor, and now I regret what I'd done. A common tale, but true. Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. Because he cheated, right? Oh. God, I love the animation. It's so good. The game began with 3,500 points and chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. Hold it! Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Yeah, of course. Why do you seem unsure? Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Yeah. Maybe you should explain a bit about these chips. Explain? What is there to be explained? I can't. Thanks. What are these chips worth? Are they dollars or rubles even? Yet, as I've been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. Two types of chips, 100 points and 1,000 points. It is not money, duh. Well, hold on. If the big ones are worth 1,000, then doesn't that mean there was too many red chips? Don't you find her comment interesting? In more ways than one, sir. I'd have it added to her testimony myself. Well, does the defense want the witness to add to her testimony? Yes. Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Turn on my heat. Wishing there was where I was going with this, that's fine. Very well, witness, if you would be so kind. Yeah, Your Honor. I think she did it. One kind of chip is worth 100, other is worth 1,000. Two kinds in all. The game began with 3,500 chips for each man, so 3 red, 5 black. But there's 5 red. Objection! No, wait, hold on, there's 6 red. You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure. He's got more red chips. It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won. Right, he's got 4,000 points. He has 2,000. Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Which were worth 1,000 points? The red. Why, the big ones, of course. Duh. Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up. The totals? Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points. Yes, my calculations are correct. Let's see. 3 plus 3, carry the 5. There, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. Right, there's 6 red, so the red ones are the 1,000 pointers. Got it. We are smart cookies. So Phoenix did win. Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony. Well, she didn't specify which size. Okay, so there are people in this courtroom. You just don't see them behind our people. Ooh! The world's space agencies are keeping a close watch on an asteroid that has just over a 1% chance of hitting Earth in 2032. Interesting. Phoenix won. The value of the chips was the other way around.
What?
Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness, utter madness. Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. Story, man. Thank you. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. Oh, pain. But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing. Yeah, it does. Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still. But he could do the math. Oh! Exactly, he's done the math. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. Ooh. An underwater volcano off the Oregon coast is swirling, showing activity that suggests it will erupt before the end of 2025. Where's the Oregon coast? Uh-oh. That's impossible. My client had even less reason to kill the victim. So I'm getting like these little news feeds things from the science community. They're like, hey, Nina. And I'm like, yeah. Now, Miss O'Reilly, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime. Weren't you? You were just looking through the window, huh? Oh yes, catch it again. Perfect. Just delightful. Order! Order. It appears our defendant has lost his motive, and Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. Yeah. We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust the witness's Is it Phoenix? Oh, did she hold it? Excuse me? What is it, Miss O'Reilly? I did not want to be saying this, but... Actually, you see, See what, Miss O'Reilly? What do we see? In the last hand, there was cheat. A cheat? You don't mean... A trick? Wait, or do you mean... a scam? They're all the same thing. Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why game ends with chips as they are. Great. Just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case certainly has taken a turn. For the interesting. Oh, God. Witness, you will now please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. Also, fun fact, apparently there's a cold or flu going around my office, so everyone stay safe. The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck, from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument, the defendant's trick was exposed. Defendant! He took bottle in his hand, for Mr. Smith. He found where the organ is real quick. Why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? As I might need to go grab a tissue for my nose. Fuck, it's time to throw back the covers. A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience. That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. Mr. Gavin? What's a full house? Our poor guy. Lawyers these days, you don't know your poker? I can't say this bodes well for your case or career. What is this, some kind of secret court poker ring? Justice. You know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes? Okay, so they're gonna explain poker now. Good, now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. Full house. That's a full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? You can see each player's hand in this photo. Wow, they both have full houses. But his full house is bigger. We forgot there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Oh, Oregon's on the west side. Got it. He did cheat. Mr. Rice lost that hand. Yeah, it's got smaller. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? It is odd. Alright, I'm gonna go get myself a tissue because my nose just started to run because it's so cold. But I won't let the story mode run because obviously I want to see what's happening. Back to story mode, but I also got the snack, so I will be eating that too. I thought they said there's 2 decks in the pile. So there would be 5 aces. Actually, there'd be 8, wouldn't there? Defendant. Or, not defendant, victim. I was like, the guy who died. Was it like a peel away? Like, could you, like, peel it to reveal another card? Something's going on outside. Neighbors. Is one of them not red or blue? There's a blue one. What was that? It's the easiest way to cheat at poker. To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. Oh. The dealer. Wait, so you mean Miss Witness, Miss O'Reilly? She's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager. I love it. I love their animations. Time to take advantage of her. I mean, of her mistake. Okay, so is it not two decks mixed together? Is it like you have blue, I have red, so that way there's no way either of us are cheating? Not with my client. But with the victim, Mr. Shoddy Smith. Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. I knew it, I called it, I was like, it's her. Wait, you don't mean... The defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly, are you? Excuse me. Oh, new strain of bird flu was confirmed at the duck farm in California. Oh, goody. Random news of today of America. We've been accused. Oh my God. Well, she passed out. We probably should check on her. Man, I could eat breakfast while I'm doing this. This is great. But I forgot to have dinner last night. I passed out. I finished my movie and just on the couch.
Objection!
Phoenix? Yep. We can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet. What nonsense is the defendant spewing now? Think, one of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous! Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. He is Silly Billy. #1 in his class of being a silly goose. Why are we here? Sorry, I need to answer this because I be job hunting. And they be silly sometimes. I use different colored backs. If we use the same color, the two decks might get mixed, right? We use different colors and they still got mixed up. Yeah, which proves the cheating. We used the red deck for the last game. I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Yeah, me too. Well, that's because our boy Mr. Gavin was like, the blue flames. Yeah. It was literally whatever. In the end, one of the wrong color got in a mix, which means there was cheating. Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet this card raises two serious questions. Apollo? Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Okay. Think. In the last game, when was the card swapped? When? When the cards were dealt? There are three broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder. Ooh. I want to say after. Of course it was oh. It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne, or it might not be. Yeah. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. This is such a weird court trial right now. When do you think the cards were swapped? I think it was after. Yes. Perhaps it happened after the murder? Was that ridiculous? What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly. Objection! Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible. Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible. That's true. But even when the backs of the cards were different colors, if you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time, right? Because you'd see it. You'd be like, hey, bro, your hands. Quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder. Okay, this is going past silly and straight on to the crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? To throw you off the trail of murder. Who would do that? Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another? Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Olga. The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room, alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga O'Reilly. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? Olga. The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga either. So what, it was the murderer now? Which I'm guessing wasn't Olga? That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As a defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss O'Reilly at this point. Okay, so I was on the right brain track. But she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong colored card. And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious, you know. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all this is. Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the cards wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Miss O'Reilly, then who was it? The murderer? Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Wait. Was it the guy who died? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. One direction. Sorry. We'll find that indeed after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. And And that someone made 2 critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong colored card. Because the one who did the swap didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right. Person replaced the 5th ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a 5th ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in. But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist. True, not until now, but you have to admit the possibility of a 4th person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime. Were they peeping through the window? Little peeping Tom? You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Right? This trial is proceeding on one central assumption. Namely, that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room. Now you're telling me there's 4? I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns the assumption. Right? Because it's like... What is it? It was like a, you know, a sneaky room, essentially, right? So I'm assuming that that bookcase thing we saw leads to like a secret passage. So like somebody was like, hiya, murder, da-da-da-da-da, kind of vibe. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. It's probably like, what the fudge is Phoenix talking about? He's like, my courts have been so calm, and now he comes back and it's all in a tizzy. So why won't Phoenix talk about the murder? So many questions. So many questions. This person's being silly. Somebody, you know, I'm pretty sure it's one of those scam jobs because they're like, oh, can I tell you all the details about this job through WhatsApp? And it's like, why not just continue? And they're like, oh, our person handles so many people, it'd be an inconvenience for them to text them all. And I'm like, WhatsApp is texting. What do you mean? The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. Oh, no. Wait, you're my mentor. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. The locket, that locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? Ah, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Yeah. Here, you can take a look at it. There's a picture of my daughter in there. I'm gonna turn off story mode because I want to see. She's adorable! I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Maybe he adopted her? Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? Oh. What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago, what I did. It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. Wait, what happened 7 years ago? I never, honest, but it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? Yeah. There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Eh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. And that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law. Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding. That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No. Come on, who noticed that? Words, habits, twitches, it's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No? You can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will. Soon. Almost forgot. One more thing. About this case. You should know, I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. Why don't you? I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. Why can't you? I need your power. My power? I have no idea my cords of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. Wait to finish. I don't know why he's playing these games. Oh, yes, please. Hello. I was like trying to hit the little arrow keys and nothing was going. Oh, yeah. Next chapter, please. Oh, it took an hour. Let's go. Here. I imagine case 1. Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly, recovered? Oh, that's right. She passed out. Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's gained consciousness. Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again. That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued. Oh, she's fatigued now. You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Mr. O'Reilly take the stand. Ooh. Tariffs on Canada, China, and Mexico. Anyway, moving along. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession? Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poorer loser. Oh. Not. Oh! Name's Olga O'Reilly. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. I love the outfit change. People call me Olga Quick Fingers O'Reilly. Oh? Oh, really? Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like O'Reilly. There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Did she get taller? Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see? Yeah, see? We remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences. Fine. There, see? There. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy, Smith, hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game as a waitress. So you were in cahoots with the victim. Not that he needed my help. Smith is a very well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. You swap the cards. Sorry. That's an interesting way to search somebody. Just gonna hold you here and go through your pockets like this. You know, you could have just done that from his front. Just saying. Interesting way to search somebody. Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it, it would have been made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins. A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. But what happened? Oh really, how droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake. A mistake? I agree, the trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to slip free from a trap laid by... Oh, the... Her name's a tongue twister. The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad. Bad to the bone. When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court? Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. The best laid traps. That night I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him, but the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith, it was that no-good, cheating defendant. Interesting. A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you, perfect. If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up... Look who's talking! Well, the testimony for what it's worth is all yours, Mr. Justice. It is an odd one. With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? Also, I like the bracelet Apollo has. It looks like an eyeball thing. Kind of cool. Alright. Alright, where'd it go? Hold it! Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? Why would you just hit him with a bottle? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing? Which means he didn't cheat. Which means he had no reason to strike the victim, right? Like, why would he fight if he won normally? Oh! Oh, what was that? What was that just now? Oh, I'm gonna turn off story mode so I can just see this. I sense something. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Yeah. Miss O'Reilly, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? Ooh, is there something in the camera? 'Cause she's holding it. Me? Quick fingers O'Reilly? Hide something? The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Mr. Wright hit him. See, there's again. Boom. With my own eyes, I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? A witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly. She would touch the back of her neck. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, go back to story mode. Oh, turn off story mode. Touching her neck, was it? Okay. Okay. Whoa, what's going on? This sensation, it's coming into focus. There, that twitch, it's so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit, like I couldn't before. Is it the bracelet? Okay, let's hit R to perceive. Gotcha! That's cool. Miss O'Reilly, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? You have a tail. Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about? Memory. This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us? Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her most of the moment of the crime? So really, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an erasable impression on your neck is this. Just gonna do this. The bottle? Take that! Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. It reminds us more of that moment than this bottle. the murder weapon. Something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? What's he talking about now? It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit. Not you. This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness's habits, they're completely irrelevant. Justice, I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later. Just trust me, now's our only chance to break her. She's not a horse. Was it really? Please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. Oh, and she's back to... we know you're not Russian. She switched back! The witness will testify, please. Now. Yeah, she does get a little bit taller. Fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there. Hold it! You seem uneasy. You try standing up here. Her eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Chill? Relaxed? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at that table until the cops came. Intriguing. A daze, but he called the police. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So, what do you think about her testimony? It's for hooey. I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is flawed. Is basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence. What's that? You heard me, Payne. Contradicts the evidence. Show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. The evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony. He made the phone call, right? She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops came. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. Or he made the call? Take that! Yeah, he made the call. So really, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. Yeah, I feel like you totally forgot that. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. So explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. Was that a lobster? Just the... Wasn't the defendant. Okay. God. Oh. Did he smack himself? Ooh, I like this spider in that web. Dirty cheat. Check his pockets now. It's gone. The card's gone. You lose. Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right. And he hit me. Oh. You some master of cheating you turned out to be. Okay. When I came to, the victim was already dead. Is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Well, you're now. Here you are. Well, where does this leave us? Madness. This is madness. This is Apollo! Sorry. 300 reference. Ugh. Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that as the defense in this case, We are compelled to call Miss O'Reilly a big fat liar. She's a liar, Your Honor. 3 in the room that night of the murder. The defendant, victim, and her. And she has a motive. A motive? She was assaulted. Her plot foiled. The witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument was murder. What? I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me. Like your pictures? Phoenix? Hee 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 hee. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process. God. Mr. Wright. Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christophe Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right? Like, Phoenix is doing his own crazy stuff. But it's just like, why? Why are you playing this crazy-ass game? Why can't you just be like, yeah, he hit her with the bottle, and then this other person came out and did a murder? Like, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of when Edgeworth was on trial for murder, and like the whole time it's like, bro, all you had to do was say, I didn't shoot the gun at him, I shot it in the water, somebody else shot him. Also, this guy looks nothing like the guy that you're presenting as the guy I was supposedly having to kill. Like, it would have been so easy. It would have been so easy. So easy. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Okay? Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. People call it what? Hold on. I won't explain it yet, but people call this version Puppet Master Phoenix. So did he like bring this to the court to like, I don't know, just to be like, I want to be a defense attorney again? I don't know. And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. What? Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Oh. Sorry? Remember what I said? The 4th person who swapped the cards made one critical error? He or she wasn't considering the color of the backs of the cards? Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? Colorblind? These cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there was one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. Is it Christophe? Well, Apollo, think you could figure out who it was? Christophe! He's the one who said the blue stuff. It's not me, I swear. Wait. Who is this 4th person? Wait. Why do I always get put on the spot like this? It's Christophe. Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? It was Christophe. Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? Hold on. Hold the stuff. Boss at Gavin Law Offices, a first-rate defense attorney, and my trusted mentor. Pianist, formerly an ace defense of some renown. For all, he lacks a certain presence. What? Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. I was right? Christophe Gavin, you were the 4th person that night. But, of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? And this is one of the reasons why Phoenix requested specifically Apollo and not Christophe. But I'm so confused. Wait, so when Christophe said, I was with him that night, did he mean the victim and not Phoenix? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the table. But look! You can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. Ooh. He did mean Phoenix. They had dinner together before the victim came to Phoenix. Oh. Why did you kill him? Their backs wreathed in a blue flame, knowing its final outcome. Damn. Well, there goes my mentor, I guess. Well, Christoph? Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin, is something the matter? You just got caught, bro. No, nothing. Excuse me, it was just so sudden. Right, you aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph? You know, even I'd never take a joke this far. Damn. This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder? I assure you, I'm quite sane. What possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim? I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met. Alright, bye. Well, what if they have? There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night, before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. Oh. The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin? Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related? Ooh. I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss O'Reilly. Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you. Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you. Oh, okay. Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear his testimony? Yes. This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along. And I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. I ate my snack. To Justice, you would betray me, your teacher? I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin, this isn't about loyalty, this is about the truth. Justice, like my name. Very well, the defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please. More take the stand? You're already on the stand. Okay, he's taking the stand again, question mark. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Charlie Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Oh? Why specifically him? You were at the Porsche Bowl Club the night of the murder? Yes, he was. I dine with him rather frequently. And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder? Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, right? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong. What is happening? Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice. Sir. He's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir? Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright, this can't end well. You're doing all right, Apollo. You're gonna be okay. Maybe. Appetite for murder?
Hold it!
I'm giving my voice a break. It's tired. See, like, this is such a weird way to search somebody. Like, you know, normally you would come from the front, not behind, but I guess if they did it face to face, it'd be hard to see. Still gets me. Legend be dashed to pieces. Okay. I happen to discover it. Oh, a quirk? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card. Before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. An empty bottle of grape juice? The murder weapon. Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see. A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. Sounds like terrific drama. Card inside the murder weapon. That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe, I'll take a look. Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits. Please revise your testimony with this new information. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. Does that mean Gumshoe is here again? It's not in there. Yeah, the bottle's completely empty. Objection! Jesus Christ. Mr. Wright, if I may. Usually you don't ask the people you're interrogating their permission. I don't see any card in here. No? What, Mr. Wright? Surely isn't all you have to say for yourself. ... I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps the 5th person came and took it out? Oh, and a 6th person could have helped. Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright is your client. My apologies, Your Honor. Somebody's getting a little upsetty spaghetti. I think he's just mad we accused him of murder. Okay, so if the card's not in there, is he hoodwinking us again? Did the card just disappear, or is that not the murder weapon? In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Oh. Push him harder, Justice. Break him! It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. Why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? I like the little circles showing. I like this. I like that it shows you like how many, so you're not just guessing and then it goes like, oh, I have to restart it all over again. From a cut on his forehead. Was it a cut? Objection! Mr. Wright, if I may, right? Because he had the hat on. Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. Oh, excuse me. I would think you could see blood on his forehead. Good point. Oh, interesting music change. Sorry to point out inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? Ah, I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. Eh? You? You put the hat on the dead man's head? He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police, when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph. And I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head. Why'd you do such a thing like that? Contaminate the crime scene. All I can say is, I'm sorry. But that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. Hold on. Didn't you say something at the very beginning? You said he didn't touch the murder weapon. So the bottle that didn't have the card is not the murder weapon. Okay, so I was right. It is not the murder weapon. Whatever bottle has the card is the murder weapon, and his prints won't be on it. I bet Kristoff's prints are on it, but I don't know why. Unless he fought him before, was like, you again, come on. It's riddled with lies. Wait, he lost it? Wait. See, I just want to look up how he lost it, but I'm like, the game, they said they'll tell me. It's like, Mom, Dad, stop fighting. It's now or never. Can I think I want to go back. Because, like, if I'm not going to be chit-chatting the whole time, I might as well go back to a second. Because I'm like, my throat be getting tired. It's a lot of reading, so I'm glad it just goes. I'm just like, this is so relaxing. I could just, Okay. Cell phone? All that I spoke with Defense Attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case I recorded our conversation. Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Ooh. Kristoff, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. Bone china plate? Oh, it was a typo. A kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny, and not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. Ooh, the court appreciates the defendant's discretion not indicating my forehead. Wait a second, something's not right about that phone call. So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club. Most certainly. Then how did he know? When did he see this bone china plate? Oh, that's right. Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. And when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court. Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Let's come down to this, has it, Phoenix Wright? This is getting wild. Order, I will have order. Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor? I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear Defense Attorney Gavin's testimony? Well, as the prosecution. Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes. Then he'll take the stand. Are we all clear on that? Sure. Crystal clear, Your Honor. Oh God, do you run? No, if you run, you're gonna look guilty. This will be the final recess for the day. Yay. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chambers. Who would have thought today would turn out like this? May I? Oh, his daughter. Huh? What? Hello, sir. Please pick a card. What's all this about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. A trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all. What? An ace. Where do I remember that card from? Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces, Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all. Is that borscht or blood on it? The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. The missing 5th ace. Wait, this blotch of red. Is this blood? Why do you have it? You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. Who's... This blood-stained card is my trump card for finding the truth. Why do you have it, small child? I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. Yeah, why does the kid have a piece of evidence? That girl. I'd seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection. She's in the locket. It was pink instead of blue this time. Mysterious girl. Oh. Wonder where they are. Court will now reconvene. Interrogating my boss, or cross-examining my boss. Come on, Mr. Payne, you got this. Yes, it is. Right, far stranger things have gone in this courtroom, so. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
Oh. I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright? What do you think you're doing, right? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taken off except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit. Oh. When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer, is what you're trying to say. Not bad, Apollo. So many questions. Unless the magician girl is the daughter of the dead guy. Because again, the same locket, but the locket's missing. To protect my client, Mr. Wright. What? Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation, I see little reason to hide anything. Very well, allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. That sneeze coming on. Excuse me. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night? Yes, do please reveal your secrets. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from, right? Mm-hmm. So you witnessed the murder. For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you were on Mr. Wright's defense team? Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. This is a very weird outcome, but an interesting way to start the game. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity, right, Apollo? Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. I know, this is wild. Are you prepared? Totally, Your Honor. I mean, yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder, right? Your first case. And you're like, wait, my boss committed the murder? You're like, what's going on? How did you sense the rage if you already left? You know?
me curious is that, like, on the how long to beat, it says that this game takes about 20 and a half hours. Now, is that 20 and a half hours on regular play or 20 and a half hours on story mode? Because if it's story mode, could you imagine? That's so much. What possible reason would he have why such a thing would be necessary? How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was a fifth ace, which we now have. Right, because it shows the blood on it? Maybe his own blood? Take that! Alright, it's got blood on it. Uh-oh. Poor Pain. Could this be? Could this be the missing fifth ace? Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card? Uh-oh. Well, that's the thing. What's Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock and trade, after all. Objection! No, impossible, unacceptable. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer! Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? A reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down to the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood. Objection! Why? Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh? Right. Regardless of how you wanted the last 7 years you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh? We can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. Oh, hello. Hi. Heck, Ian. I'm guessing you're a fan of the Phoenix, right? We're just letting story mode roll so I don't have to super read everything. Apollo objection. Oh, no, Phoenix rejection. What? It's amazing, really? How a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Picture the scene of the crime. Okay. In your head. Oh, wow. Oh, we're going like full 3D, okay. The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene. Well, what is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witness? Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? I'd say the victim. Take that! Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem? I don't follow your logic. Well, if his head was back, how did the
Look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Ah. Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards. Why, that's right. So what does this mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. Swivel, swivel, swivel. The chair was facing the other way? It would have to be. Okay. So we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing from the table. Well, how did he get hit then? When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing? When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We now know that the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder, but this creates another significant contradiction. Again, yeah, there's no room. Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location in this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witness, the second witness. Creates a contradiction if the victim was facing away. Take that! Killer, I guess. The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front behind him? Sitting where his indicator currently is? I would think it'd be quite hard, yes. Oh, pain. What you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game? I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light. Was he hiding in the closet? There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, the victim was struck while he was sitting, as shown here. Where would his assailant be standing? In the closet? But there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry, let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing toward the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? From the closet. Take that! The killer had to be standing, well, here. You get points for flair, but that's all about you get. Ugh. I thought I was onto something there, too. I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Or are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait, I know. At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Ah, Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your men should look for. What, secret switch? Please give this to the bailiff. Yes. I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. Is it like a moving cupboard? Let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here, which means it was scooted over, which means it would block the window. Oh. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been as shown here, which means the little window was blocked. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this? What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. You can say the window's been blocked. It appears we found yet another contradiction, what I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh dang! Notice something, Apollo. Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion.
Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradiction indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness? It's the second witness.
Take that!
About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. Dun dun dun. That's right, someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What? What did you say? Come on, dude, buddy. Oh, was the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? Excuse me, Your Honor. Order? This is a court of law and I will have order. It's the bailiff. We just now received word from our investigative team at the Borscht Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh? And what did they find? Well, Your Honor, it turns out there is a secret passage behind it. Right? Because, like, we went over that, like, it was a shady place of business back in the day, so I'm like, of course there's gonna be secret passages. Right? Only the regulars know about it, so does that mean Gavin was a regular? Right, just... Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. Dun dun. Uh-oh, Gavin. I'm ready for his breakdown animation. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. Where did she get it from? At the time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was knocked off. Was only off his head for a few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin, come on, say something. Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith, a date with destiny. Then he crouched, hid in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. But why? What? Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. He was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. Then he, wheeled his chair around and kerplunk. After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realizing the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor. And the fact that they were all red. Dun dun. Da 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 dun dun. Little did he know. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly, truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. No breakdown animation or anything. Mr. Gavin. Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant here is hereby cleared of all suspicion. Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Objection!
Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade harlot. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion? This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence?
Objection!
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course. This bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne? Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were, upside down. I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court, in this case, demand an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down, and that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? Ah, see how the codfish squirm still lasts? Well, Apollo? Yes? Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation, just like that. Yeah? Just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to... Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. But you just say the answer in plain words? Poor Apollo. It'd be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions, indeed. Well, Mr. Justice? Mr. Gavin said that the court, in this case, demand an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court? What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down?
Take that!
It's actually easier to show you than explain. Hi, Russell. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair. Come here, kitty cat man. Now I can pet you, and I don't have to worry about nothing without getting out of your chair. Oh. See, you naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. Call our dinner that evening, Krista. Hi, Russell. Let me move my snacks out of the way. We have room on the table. Okay, maybe. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano, and you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. Sorry, I'm petting my cat. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle. Where's your proof? Imagine find the bottle that has the card in it. Well, that's as I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty.
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Yes, I have your memo about that here. Look for the retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question. and it has the card in it. What are you gonna do, dust that fingerprints too? I'd be surprised if any were on that but his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yes? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? The card's inside. Well, why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright. That bottle will solve this case once and for all. Hi, Russell. Right, it has the card in it. There's something inside the bottle. It's the 5 of hearts. What's this? That card. It can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga O'Reilly? Yes, our little swindling debaucha. That night I planted the card like I was supposed to, and Wright lost the last hand like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him, but the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Yeah, so this is all the stuff we read earlier. It's weird text messages. Ooh, breakdown enemy. Oh my god. There's the lobster. The lobster from earlier. Oh my god, that's perfect. That is all. Yeah. Yeah. And then just this staring. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? Was it you, Kristoff? My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little TT, right? Tete-a-tete? This is insane. What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? I believe this time we finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Kristoff Gavin? He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now. I see. One has to wonder why he did such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he? None that we know of. Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on this matter. About this victim, Mr. Shoddy Smith, his occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession to be sure, and that's all we know about him. I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor. Good. Mr. Wright? 7 years and you still haven't lost your touch. Kristoff Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed 2 things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated, this courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me? This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright? Our work lies ahead of us. And I, for one, am looking forward to it. Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Thanks, Paula. You came through just like I thought you would. Pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yes, a sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means the... Probably. Of course it's true. Yeah, her little whoosh whoosh thing that we did. Possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. I don't think it's my daughter. I think it's Shadi's daughter. Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth that this locket really did belong to him. Wait, but that's perjury. You testified. You said that locket was yours. I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but then why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the strangest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. Just tell me! You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices, after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo. Yes? How about coming to work for me? You mean at the Wright & Co. Law Offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. But what happened? That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man. Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I am not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking? Was it the card? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence. The card, right?
Take that!
Phoenix. You mean this? Don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright? Yes, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place, luckily for us. That's why he's like, can't accept it, it's not real. Dang. Phoenix is going down a dark path. He's using fake evidence now. Then... Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney? Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? Wait, did you forge evidence? Oh no. Is he a bad guy now? I punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address, drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling. Take that! next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. What is going on? And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. That's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And at the time, I had no idea where they were. They were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. Good job, buddy. 2 hours. Okay, so that's the first case. Override. Yeah. Okay. This is a wheelchair? Nope, it's a car. Oh? Carta? Okay. Interesting. Why did he go off the road? Why would you go off the sidewalk? I guess he's like, I'm gonna save time by cutting through the grass. 2 months have passed since Mr. Gavin's arrest. My first trial, and I lost both my mentor and my job. Yeah, I'll admit it, I was screwed. But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here, honest. Here being the legendary Wright and co-office. Hold on. Time to stop trembling. Okay, I see like the outfit and I see like a floating spaghetti thing, and then I see this person which has like the same emblem. I think Phoenix adopted her. I guess we'll find out. You must be here for the interview. Right this way. Huh? I see it's all blue versus pink. You found the right place. Welcome. It's with this girl. Well now, shall we begin? Begin? What? Right, first things first. Any special talents? Talents? Yes, well, you must have at least one. Okay, so his is a clover, hers is a diamond. I guess defending? Defending? An unusual talent, but it'll do. With a little jazzing up, of course. You think so? Let's give it a go, shall we? Huh? Go ahead, show me. Defend. Just give it all you've got. Don't hold back now. What are you talking about? I can't just defend here. First lesson, a professional can perform anywhere. Thanks. We want people to be laughing with us, not at us. I think she thinks I'm interviewing for a magician's assistant. What? What exactly do you think you came here to do? What? Defend. No? Excuse me, but do you know where you are? Huh? The Wright & Co. law offices, right? Oh. I was afraid of that. Don't worry, you're not the first. Look, what's going on here? Who are you? I came here to meet with the person in charge. Well, you apparently made no fewer than 2 mistakes. Mistakes? But I got a call from Mr. Wright this morning. Perhaps you should go read the sign out front again. What's there to read? Look, it says right there. Oh. Why does it say Wright Talent Agency? Welcome to the Wright Talent Agency, where you're always come to the right place. I'm Trucy Wright, CEO. I'm a magician. All came flooding back. The trial. That girl. Hold on. I'll look her up just a little bit. I don't care if it's a spoiler. I have so many questions. Alright, Trucy Wright. Here, check out our flyer. So, what's your name? Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Oh, New mechanics, hello. Is this really a talent agency? You bet. Daddy started it 7 years ago when he quit law. Of course, we only have 2 people signed up right now. 2 people, does that include you? Trucy Wright, magician extraordinaire. I've done a lot of stage shows, paid too. I am professional, you know? Right? Promise you'll come to one of my shows, okay? Let's see. Oh, and the other person our agency represents is Phoenix Wright, pianist extraordinaire. Your dad, in other words. Didn't he say he couldn't play the piano? Our agency doesn't see that as a problem. Why, there are many magicians who can't do magic. At least you're optimistic, I'll give you that. Okay. What was that other thing? Oh, it's so pretty! Oh, I like this. Okay, go back. Alright, so you're Phoenix Wright's daughter. That's right. After Daddy quit law 7 years ago, I promised I would keep him fed. So I'm kind of his sugar daddy, get it? No. I'm in charge of this whole office, too. Rumi's awake. Pretty amazing for a young lass of 15, wouldn't you agree? 15?! How old is Mr. Wright? Daddy? Oh, he's 33 this year. I'm sure there's a good explanation. I hope. Wait, 15, 33? Hold on. 15 plus 15 makes 30. So you're telling me he had you when he was 18, but he was doing law and everything. I guess he didn't know you existed until afterwards? They said 7 years ago. So 7 years ago from 33 would put him at 26? Yeah, he was like 22, 23, I think, in the last game. So I guess between finding out he had a daughter that's when he left law? Okay. About Mr. Wright giving up law. It was because of that incident 7 years ago, wasn't it? You know about that? Not the details. I remember the news, though. It was a big deal. So I hear. I was too young to understand what was going on. I'll ask Daddy about it next time I get a chance. Daddy, right. That reminds me. About Mr. Wright. He gave me a call this morning to come in. He's not here right now. He's in the hospital. What? The hospital? Yeah. He's on strict bed rest until he gets better. What? Okay. Which hospital's Mr. Wright at? I'll pay him a visit. Oh, the Hickfield Clinic. It's quite close. Right. Well, I'll be going now, and I'll give this showbiz gig some thought. Wait, I'll go with you. Okay. Why is he suddenly at the hospital? Oh my goodness. Why are there so many DVDs? So this is Mr. Wright's hospital. Oh my god, he's still here. He's not the doctor. Dr. Hickfield's the name. Good morning, doctor. Nope. Cute as ever. Nope, get away. Is this Daddy's room? Oh yeah, except he's gone for a morning checkup. Be back soon. How are you, Miss Trucy? Got any places you like examined? Gross. Doctor, the nurse was looking for you. Why, if it isn't Daddy-O of the cutest little thing in town. Guess I'll be off then. Later, Trucy. Wow, what an odd bird that guy was. Now that's just a predator. Good morning. Didn't expect you so soon, Apollo. Mr. Wright? So, what happened? Who could have imagined it? Me, victim of a hit and run. A hit and run? You were hit by a car? Oh, he tried to swerve. I'll give him that. Picture me tossed 30 feet through the air. Only stopping when my head hit that telephone pole. You hit a telephone pole with your head? Are you okay? Thankfully, my only injury was a sprained ankle. It really is as lucky as they say. There's something about, well, it just doesn't sit right. I just can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Wright. And she's so big, not fat, but you know what I mean? Oh, Trucy's still a child. How many times do I have to remind you? I'm not a child anymore. Yes, you are. You're 15. But you'll always be a little baby girl to me, Trucy. My foot, I'm not buying it. Something you should know about Trucy. She's a magician, right? She told me. Not a mere stage magician. She's a genius. Teehee. You'll soon come to appreciate her talent. You could just tell me things instead of insinuating them. So why did you contact me? What could the right talent agency possibly want with me? No need to get prickly now. Hey, I didn't ask to be dragged in like this. But didn't you come into the office of your own free will anyway? Well, yeah, of course. Help, we're in big trouble here at the office. Big! I thought someone was dying. So you don't think this is big trouble? My talent agency represents only 2 people, and one of them is in the hospital. That's right. How are we going to pay this month's rent and the groceries? Yeah, that's the problem with such a tight operation. It's a symbiotic relationship. When one of us falls, the other 2 must fall. Hey, this isn't exactly a suitable conversation to be having with a 15-year-old kid. In any case, if Apollo here can't help you, you'll have to transfer to a new school. Again. No, I can't. I only just made friends. How could you do this to me? To us, Polly. Huh? What? Now it's my fault? On that note, how about you come work for us? I've got the perfect client for you already lined up. A client? You mean I get to do my job? I get to defend in court? Alright, I'll hear what you have to say. You got him. Hook, line, and sinker. Now it's time to reel him in. I don't trust any of this. Here, take a look at the map and I'll explain. Last night I left the office just before 9 o'clock. Okay. I was going to that Indocene pasta joint. I play piano there, of course. That's when it happened. The car sent me flying, nicked a telephone pole, and zoomed away. Creepy, huh? Just a tad. It's almost as creepy as hearing you tell the story like it was no big deal. The car sped off in this direction. So, good luck. Huh? You wanted a client, didn't you? Well, I'm your client. Again? Find the guy who knocked me to that telephone pole. Whoa, hold on. I'm a defense attorney, not a detective. Don't worry. Once you found the guy, I intend to sue him. Then you can stick it to him in court. I'm not a prosecutor either. I'm sorry, but this is crazy. I'm going home. Don't get so worked up. It was just a joke. Voluntary exit program. Your real client should be stopping by the office anytime now. The office? You mean the talent agency? No harm in going. It's not like I have anything else to do. Alright, map's been added. Hello. How are you doing? How is the old Canada treating you? Don't mind me, I'm gonna eat my breakfast. You know what's cool? With the ramen bowl as a hat. His hair kind of looks like ramen noodles. I am. I'm on Stream Team. The coloring book I made came in. It looks pretty alright, I'd say. And then, what, on Warframe, I'm trying to get, like, past rank 30 so I can get some stuff from the Nightwave lady because her thing is about to end in like 3 days. And we have oodles of gifted games. I think we're full up until like July. So we have a lot of content planned for the year. So I'm excited. Lots of indie games, some AAA titles, like God of War Ragnarok. So it's going good. My castle. Oh, is this the guy who stole his food cart? And is that the one who got shot? And of course, Rumi and I's anniversary is in March, so very exciting times. And then of course we're still trying to move because don't want to be in a red state anymore. Oh. Everybody's losing something. Well, what you been up to, Diggins? What's like the latest game you played? This is a very odd request. Ooh, nice. How far have you gotten? Is your work gonna get better or worse with all the new political stuff happening in both of our countries? That's such an odd request. So are we thinking that somehow all three of these cases are connected? Wait, hold on. How old am I? Doesn't say how old I am. Well, I imagine we're 19, 20 because we're like just now. The servers do a reset every 6 weeks, but I'm on season 5. Ooh, they keep changing the game. That's nice. They're keeping it fresh, keeping it interesting. But like the main point is still it's like survival-esque based, right? Like you gotta make a base and whatnot.
Sorry, I'm blocking these. Scam text messages asking me to do their weird, vague jobs. Oh, interesting. Sorry, I was trying to like figure out what your hat thing was. Okay, is it a hat? Is it a giant bow? That looks cool. Husky voice, why am I suddenly sweating? Whoa, what happened to her place? This is Kitaki Family Mansion. Eh? You kid with the hair, you want something? Me? No, not a thing. Bye. Oh, we can't leave without questioning her. Well, she's got like a cool dragon on her wall. They're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town. Oh. If you're gonna go ask something, ask it. If you're mad enough. She's got a knife, a sword, and her broom. Does she know no fear? I'm Plum Kitaki, wife of the fourth head of the Kitaki family business. Friends call me Little Plum. I'm Little Apollo, Justice Attorney at Law. Wow. New construction. Interesting. Planning on a lot of new construction. If we stop, then your price would skyrocket. I mean, who knows, right? It's only February. Isn't that the crazy part? It's only February. And so much has happened in like, what, the two weeks? But yeah, it's pretty much just keep our ears to the ground to listen, but also, you know, trying to stay out of trouble, stay out of the limelight, you know? Just why we're trying to move to a blue state, so we're a little bit more protected. Ooh, yeah, maybe she knows about the car accident. I love Plum, she's great. It would be. Oh, that'd be so nice. Well, I guess we'll see what happens, right? Oh, I miss hanging out with you guys and playing games. It was a lot of fun. We have so many good times. Well, I'm glad life is going well as it can be with everything going on. The car that hit your father knocked over this paint, then turned the corner and sped away. Okay, so most likely has this paint on it then. Yeah. What do you mean? I mean, aren't you a gangster? Don't you have any goons to do your dirty work for you? Please, go through me when you want to. Don't be such a stiff lawyer boy. I suppose we gangsters do have a certain image. Yes? Well, we're community-oriented gangsters, you see? The boss likes to get back to the people, see? How noble of him. Oh. 60%? Ugh. That's not fun at all. Oh, interesting. Oh, who's that? She's looking at the park? She's pretty. I bet she has a story, you know? Who's the old lady trying to climb the fence? What is this? This is like a hospital thing with a bottle and a leak? Did she put down her basket and she's trying to make a run for it into the park? Oh, I have so many questions.
What is happening here? There's a slipper in there. Guess we could check it out. A detective's life sure is a hard one. I'm an attorney, actually. Huh? 2 pieces of garbage with paint on them. These are slippers. Mirror kits. Actually, the hospitals. Doesn't this go in a car? The side view mirror. Okay, so a green car. It's like it was torn off and smacked into something or someone. You don't think? I do. This could be from the car that hit Mr. Wright.
He was so strong.
Apply this. I wonder if we're gonna talk to the pretty lady or if we're gonna talk to the grandma trying to hop the fence. We're not kids and we're not played. I mean, Apollo, you are an attorney, but the other one is a child. Detective Sky? Or fine, ma'am, nothing to report.
She's all grown up. Look at her. Scientifically.
Oh my god, she's all grown up. And these kids are... Oh, she still has the same vile backpack. Let's go. Curiosity seekers, they're called to be lawyers. Don't you kids run along and play someplace else? Look, we're not... Well, or I might spill something on that pretty face of yours. Want a dose of experimental... Come again? What's hydrodroxy stuff? Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. Let's go, Trucy. Try to keep out the riffraff, if you would.
Yes, ma'am.
Little does she know. How are we gonna get more information like this? Why don't we ask that nice woman across the street? Oh, yeah. That nice woman. Yeah, come on. She's nice. Can I ask you a question? It looks so cozy. Chicago lightning. Gunfire. Someone was killed. Strange circumstances, too. You're kidding. What a morning. Trouble everywhere. The park, the gate, even our house. Something happened at your house, too. Oh, I mean, the paint. Crime without honor. Without remorse. That's a private matter. Want to hear about it? Somehow I don't think no is an acceptable answer, Polly. So, what happened at your house? Bloomers last night. Did someone steal your bloomers too? Me, little Plum Kataki, the victim of a panty snatcher. So it wasn't just mine that were stolen. Got you too, did they? Poor thing. Like I said, whoever did this is a hardened criminal. It wasn't you, was it? No. No. It's not me. Been disappearing lately. And the missing all have something in common. What are they, pink? It's hard to imagine Trucy's having much in common. Hey, they could. Maybe it's a design. Maybe it's a color. I know. We'll find your bloomers too. Great. Show me what you're made of. What have you got me into this time? I gotta find even more underwear now. Oh. Oh, I like her little 4-leaf clover wing thing. Welcome home, sweetie. Hello, mother. Oh, okay, it's the daughter. She's a Kataki, okay. New maps. Okay. The Right Anything Agency? Anything Agency? Yeah. Do you like the new flyer? So, this is our defense attorney, Mr. Apollo Justice. Attorney? Drop by our office. We'll be waiting. Goodbye. Hold on, what is this? Oh wow, oh wow. Oh wow, they put like everything on their cover. Why? Why? There's no need. Why? Why would you do that? Alright. This would be Mr. Addon's house. Okay. This is where his stand was stolen from. Save the light. Here's your puppy dog. 3 shots for the price of 1. Oh, and there's the Mirror Kids Clinic. So, shoes. Ah. Ooh, what is this? SCP Fragmented Minds? I'm not good at brand new games. But I'm wondering if I should try to do more. So does that sign just say no? Or is it like short for noodle? That dog is super cute. Well, while they talk about their noodle crime, get a gander at this real quick. Oh, it's early access. I don't know if I want to play it then. Oh my god, they have so many things planned. Where are we currently? Chapter 1 early access. And then bug fixes. And then chapter 2 and oh.
Jared! What are you doing coming in here with a wave?
Well, thank you. It was very sweet. Hold on, let me make sure you got the raid thingy. What were you playing? Was it the Resident Evil, I wonder? GTFO! The only time I can raid into your channel.
Hi, yes, hello. Also, I totally passed out on Thursday.
Listen, working at the office on a night shift is making it even more difficult to join for your streams. If you want proof, you can ask my roommate. Because I was like, alright, I'm gonna eat dinner and then we're gonna get ready for Jared's stream. And apparently I was eating my ramen and I passed out in it. And he was like, hey, you got Jared's stream. And I was like, huh, food? And I kept eating and then I passed out again in it. And he's like, yeah, you're going to bed. You finished it? Congratulations. And then for the mods, I know I have them updated currently, but everything is so good, just keep updating the mods. There's so many. So many. But it looked like you guys had a lot of fun. It looked like a lot of fun. Well, thank you for the raid. Finish the E-level. 15 hours? Oh my god. Well, I'm not good enough to play that game, so can you tell me, like, the end? Like, what was the big, like, ending reveal? Or is it just like,
You did it, good job.
what is the end for GTFO? Difficult part was David getting his PC to work. Well, why did it take so long? Was it just like the graphic settings, or was it just unable to run? Was there just a lot of things to load? That's an interesting number, too. Oh, definitely sounds like it. Well, hopefully it's all fixed now. So I'm guessing he was like hopping in and out of the match, like, I'm here, and now I'm not here, and now I'm here. Stream was more not than wait. Stream was more not GTFO game than GTFO was. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, it's so difficult. Well, thank you for the raid. You don't have to worry about me, but I appreciate it all the more. And let me know when my stream team gets a hold of you,
So I was like, hey, you want more variety streamers? Here's somebody to look at. They're cool, they're wholesome, and they like science and magic. Which I was like, that's gonna fit in perfect with the science bros and the space bros. They're like, we're looking for more people. And I was like, I know a bro. So I imagine they would greatly enjoy your variety of content. Because you play some really cool games too. And who knows, maybe you too play Eve. And you'll be like, I know things. Of course, of course. I try to help out where I can with my bros. Cat is passed out on the couch, and he's looking so precious. What do I have listed for that? Is that like 5 push-ups? 10 push-ups? Finally, somebody uses it. Let me check. What did I originally put it as? I don't remember. No one ever uses it. What is it? Kid Fit? I think I have it at 1,000. Right?
Oh no.
Do it! Just do it!
10 squats, 10 push-ups, or both. Streamer's choice. I guess I'll do push-ups. Oh god, I'm so out of shape, and that's why we have it. I'm gonna go do stuff. You guys listen to the story. Sorry if the heart monitor goes off. There's a cat in the background.
Yeah, 10 push-ups. Oh my god. Yay for you, Diggins. Yay for you. Please tell me I have a cooldown on that. Welcome back. I've been trying to get healthy, so I was like, you know what? I might as well put that in. So people
Have the option. Work out the heart, I guess. My room is covered in cat toys, so that's why I was like, we're not gonna do a full reveal. Shove him into the back of the car? Why? Chipmunk Neo voice changer happened. Yes, I had just done 10 push-ups because it was a point redeemed. Wait, are those hers or are those plums? Nope, those are hers. So, you know, just be like, hey, I'm tired. Like, enjoy the voice mod that's gonna happen. And the bowl? Man, everything's coming into place. What? Extra dimensional space? What? What? You do. Wait. Oh, it's a prop. Oh, I thought they were real. I was like, wait, what do you mean you do shows with them? Okay, so it's your undergarments, his undergarments, the ramen, and this is the car that most likely hit Phoenix. Right, yeah. Ooh, because springtime is upon us. The bees are out. I'm glad you enjoyed it. cool. And of course, it's a red solo cup. Oh my gosh, she's just such a cool lady, just completely covered in tats. Minus the neck. God, she's cool. Okay, let's not do full sad emoji tears, let's do regular crying emoji tears. Just a cool, cool lady. So let's see, if 2 hours took us for like the very first case, right? Then the other 2 hours might get us like halfway through the second case? Because it's what, 3 games? And then each game has 4 episodes? Minus the second and third. They have an extra like DLC thing, right? I think. There's just a lot of daddy being thrown around. I'm just gonna let them say it. Alrighty, I'm like, you're only 33, bro. Competent, capable. Tell me what you found out if you want to. So question, does that mean Phoenix, this version of Phoenix doesn't have his spiky hair anymore? Okay, this game has 4 chapters. The next 2 games both have 5 main chapters and 1 DLC. Okay, so 6, 6, 12, plus 4, 16. Okay. So if we're on the second chapter right now, we'll probably get halfway through it. We still have an hour, and we're not even in the courtroom yet. A new pet, you say? Let me see this new photo. Twitch clip of me dying on the floor. Precious! Look at him! He's not a pain in the butt. He's asking for pets, cuddles. Ooh, you could get him that little, like, cat bed thing that, like, clips to a desk. You could just have him right there. Be like, pet the kitty cat. He's so precious. What a precious kitty. It's funny though. He's like, what? You want to use the mouse? I don't think so. No. No mouse using for you. Alright, so we got the noodle stand. Don't worry, I won't be stopping by. I have the power of story mode on my side. Nope, in my desk, in the way is the only way. Makes sense. I hear you, like, I have all these little, like, cat beds, like, on the floor around me. And Russell's just like, no, I need to be on the desk, pawing at you, demanding your attention. And it's like, you want to sit on lap? And he's like, no. I will only sit on your lap when you're playing Warframe. Any other game, he's like, no. If it's Warframe, he'll sit there and watch. Don't know why? Maybe it's like how fast you're killing the creatures? I don't know. Was it you? Did you steal them? Did you steal the panties? You're a flyer. It says now defending, so I thought... What? You mean you want me to defend you? Maybe you can tell us what happened? Alright, quick maths. According to the Reddit, story mode cases 1 and 2 combined are 7 hours, assuming case 3 is about 5 and case 4 being 6. We need about 5 streams to beat this game, so you should be able to cut off 3 days from the schedule. Hold on. Quick maths. 1 and 2. 7. Because remember, we have Friday and Whittle Wednesday. 7. This 3 is 5. This I can. It's 4 is 6. 11. So what? That's 18 hours? Did I math that right? Yeah, 18 hours. So, what's today? Saturday?
Calendar. It's 18. 4, 8, 12, 14, 20. Okay. Because Monday is INN stream. For the Dev Gifted game. I'm so excited because we play a cat. I'm very excited. So yeah, 4 today, and then 4 on Sunday, and then 4 on Tuesday, then 2 on Wednesday, and then the 6th slot on Friday. Okay, cool, so we should wrap it up Friday. Obviously, that's if we just let it run pure, and I don't just go, kapow, you know, just like, I'm just gonna randomly hit the F button and stop story mode and chitty chat chat. But generally, should be good. In theory. That's not bad. Okay, so it cuts off at least 2 hours. I guess like the whole humans of like clicking takes like half a millisecond and those add up to about 2 hours while we're clicking. Not to mention, if somebody gets answers wrong, that would eat into the time. Check my calendar now. So let's see, that means I could remove that day, which would bump everything up, which is a good and bad thing. Hey, there's a motorcycle now. I mean, technically we are investigating, it's just I'm an attorney, not a detective. Hit request? Oh, God. Excuse me, coming through. Huh? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. You have the same hairstyle as... What? What? I'm used to being inspected by the ladies? Who? But this is the first time I felt this way with the... Mr. Gavin, right? Right? I was like, is this Mr. Gavin? I thought you were under arrest. Oh, Fraulein, what is a sweet morsel like you doing such a dimsel place? Can I help? The policeman officer fellow here won't let us in. We even have a letter of request. You must be exhausted, standing out here. I will take you to the scene of the crime. What is this, Gavin's brother? By your leave, officer. Very well. This way, Fraulein. Oh, he's super German. Weird. Okay, so it's his motorcycle. Huh? Why is there a policeman? I thought somebody was pulling the cart, and then it got shot. Oh. Oh, maybe they used the policeman to prop it up so it wouldn't, like, fall or anything. What is his name? Ask the wind? I'll be riding on it? What? What? Who was that? It's not a corpse, it's a statue. Or, sorry, it's a mannequin. I'd ask exactly what it is you're doing here. Is it our scientific lady? It's our scientific lady! What's up? Oh, this guy. Well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in. Him again. That glamorous fop always getting in my way. Anyway, the scene is off limits. Excuse me? We have a letter of request? One moment. Why is she holding that big magnifying glass? She's all grown up. I'm so proud of her. I'd recognize that handwriting anywhere. Scientific analysis says this was written by Alita Tilia. Thanks. It took me 30 minutes to figure that out. So, what's up with the mannequin there? It's taking the place of the body, preserving the scene of the crime as it was found.
Wait, he was standing? Body was pulling the stand? So, you're a defense attorney, are you? Detective Emma Skye, I'm in charge of this crime scene. She doesn't seem that happy about it. She doesn't seem that happy about many things. I trust you know how to stay out of the way. I always carry 2 pairs of handcuffs, just in case. Detective Skye? Quiet, please. Oh, okay. It's... We're not making... Why do we have to be quiet? Never seem to get a lucky break. Back after 9 years and they won't give me the position I requested. And then I hear he gave up the defense attorney life. It's our guy. Eldoon? Hey there, no messing with the crime scene. But we need to investigate. Apollo, look, that stand. Yeah, it's his. It says Eldoon. I've noticed. Well, we've solved the case of the missing stand at least. Though the circumstances could stand to be better. Is that a pun? Rumi is streaming now. Let me get his stream open. I can support. I still gotta finish watching the No Man's Sky too. Rumi stream. I wonder if he's doing... Oh yeah, he's doing Sniper Elite 4. Good choice, good choice. He's got defense requests now? Alright, nice, nice. Making progress. I'm not a lawyer anymore. I know, but you could, like, teach me how to be a lawyer. So silly. Interesting. So why in story mode did we not, like, finish all the talking options with her? You know? Interesting. So I guess if you wanted to, you could take control and just do all the talking options, then continue story mode. Because, I mean, eventually you are going to have to come back and do them anyway. But it's like, why not do them while you're already there? Because then that might unlock stuff for future scenes versus going back and forth, back and forth. Alright, so that's something we gotta be mindful of. 10 years ago. Yeah, so he was like 23. Okay, so there is that weird little time gap of like, maybe he found out he had a kid. Yeah, he looked just like my old boss, Mr. Gavin. I guess he's Christoph's Gavin's younger brother. Okay. Something these games start doing is that certain talk options require you to need to other info or items before you can actually do it. They act kind of as a you need to X to press your option. So is it kind of like from the previous games where it's like you could do all the talking options, but until you did something else, the new talk option wouldn't appear? Or is it like, no, you specifically can't select this even though it's available? Bottled white powder? Is it anthrax? Basically how the Magatama work, but without the actual mechanic. Ah, okay. Okay. Alright, well I was thinking maybe I had to get a bit more, like, into it, but if that's not the case, then it's like, okay, just let it run. Oh, it's the finger dusting powder. I remember finding some in his dresser when I was little. I thought it was sugar, so I licked it. He got mad at me. This is getting more and more suspicious. Yeah, we're gonna be like, we're with that attorney. And she'll be like, oh my god, She might even be more like, oh my god, when you say you're his daughter. That's a mystery to all of us. Well, not mystery, surprise. It's a surprise for all of us. See, a small part of me wants to fix my calendar now. But I'm like, no, I should stay present for the story. Does this ring any bells? Where'd you get that? I brought it from the office. You work at the Wright & Co. law offices? Well, now it's the Wright anything. How do you know my dad? Dad? I'm sorry, who did you say you were? Trucy Wright, Phoenix Wright's daughter. Yeah. Ryan's just like, what? You seem shocked. Well, if you're Mr. Wright's daughter and you're his apprentice, then I'm available to help you in any way I can. Breaking the law. Apprentice is pretty close. Yeah, it's fingerprint powder. A memento from the time I spent with Mr. Wright. Weird that he would just hold on to this powder for 10 years and have it specifically out. I don't know if that powder is still good after 10 years. It's gonna be still good after 10 years. Okay, so the body was found standing? Why? Why was a body pulling a noodle stand? If I knew that answer to that, I wouldn't still be here. What was the cause of death? A bullet wound to the temple. He was shot by a pistol. Wait, to the temple? That's this, not forehead, temple. But the little intro thing showed point blank. Pistol. Not the easiest thing to come by in this day and age. Unless you're a cop or a gangster. Incidentally, the victim's name was Paul Mirakitz. I just received the autopsy report, in fact. Single bullet to the right temple. I mean, really, what's up with this case? It's enough to make me want to run off, pulling a mysterious noodle stand behind me. Not so mysterious, actually. We should tell her, Apollo. After all, we know where the stand came from. A likely story. I didn't come here to play games, you know? So... I'm trying to figure out how a noodle stand, an underwear thief, and a hit and run ties together. I'm sure they're gonna explain it, but I'm just sitting here like, wow. We're not kids. I'm an adult. She's a kid. Who's the victim anyway? You mean, what did he do? He was a doctor. Doctor. I'm starting to see a connection here. You are? Who, me? I'm just a supervisor for this crime scene. Okay, but if he was a doctor, why did he steal his noodle stand? Maybe one of his patients who was dying was like, I really just want to have his noodles one more time. And why wouldn't he just grab the noodles versus stealing the whole cart? She's a very smart kid, that's why she's got so many favors. Man, I'm getting hungry again. Every time the roomie gets me breakfast, I'm just like, I can eat. He's the only son of the Kataki family, yes? Waki Kataki? Sorry. Walkie? Okay. Why was he arrested in the first place? You are a defense attorney, aren't you? You're not his by any chance. I am. Well, we have a witness to the moment of the crime. The witness called the police. They'll be testifying during the trial tomorrow. What? Can you tell us a bit more about the victim? Well, let's see. Apparently, he's the physician at a clinic in the area. Quite well off, too, from the sound of it. The clinic's name is The Mercurits clinic. That's why the cop car was parked there? What? You been to the clinic? Yeah, it's on a related issue. I told the detective about the case of the stolen noodle stand. I see. So that means Dr. Miractus stole a stand and pulled it all the way here? That would seem to be the case. But why? Don't ask me. Alright, we can investigate now. It's a knife. A shiv, to be precise. Oh, lingo. The defendant, Waki Kitaki, is the son of known gangsters. The police are assuming this belongs to him. Wait, but wasn't the murder weapon a pistol? Huh? Look at this. There's a handprint on this shiv. A handprint? Then there might be a fingerprint. Let's investigate. How long have you been at the scene of the crime and you haven't done anything? Well, she did have a snack break. Right, first choose the fingerprint you want to examine. Most likely the darkest one. Look closely at the handle. Yeah, that one. See, there's more than one fingerprint there. Those black spots? That's right. Pick the one you want to analyze. I'm assuming the darkest one. Right, let's get detecting. Wow, she's practically glowing with excitement. First, sprinkle some aluminum powder over the print. With a press of space like this, see? You know what, I kind of want to do it. The oil left by the print absorbs the aluminum powder, so you just dust it and blow it off. Blow? It's like whistling. You know how to whistle, don't you? Just use R. Wow, amazing. It's like magic. Isn't it though? Right, let's give it a shot. Incidentally, it's important that you cover the entire fingerprint with powder. Just dab it up. Dab it up. I'm a very thorough investigator. We're so thorough. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Ta-da! Very thorough. Very thorough. Whose fingerprint this belongs to? Ooh, he's got the swirls. I can't tell. Hold on. I have bad lighting. I was gonna be like, do I have that type? So I think it was like, what, 4? 5 different fingerprint stuff? Because it's like swirls and it's like circles. That one. Oh, dang, Walkie. It's not looking good. Yeah, shit. So, the fingerprints do belong to the defendant. Yes, isn't it amazing? Ah, the power of science. It's my life. Apollo, she's sparkling. And I'm dimming. Look sharp, spirits up. The real fight is yet to come. Chin up, Polly. What am I, bird? The trial hasn't even started and I'm already losing. Very Walkie's. That's right, we talked to him for like 2 seconds. I was just like, look at that guy's cool hair. There's gotta be a good clue or two around here. You and your trash cans. Go ahead, knock yourself out. Please, can't you see I'm doing my... Huh? Look, another pair of bloomers. Wow, Paula, you're a genius at finding... No. Stop saying that. Wait, these aren't. They're not mine, so they must be plums. Well, if it's not plums, then maybe it's the daughter. So, have you met the defendant? No? Visiting hours are almost over at the detention center. You might think about wrapping up here and heading over there. Good idea. I don't know what good it will do. We have a witness and a knife with prints. Apollo, don't lose faith. Have I mentioned I've got a bad feeling about this? Don't worry, it's like a right tradition. Some traditions I can live without. And then from here to the defendant. Oh, they've like upped the visitor's room a little bit too. But we still have 3 minutes. Put in your request, but don't expect anything. 3 minutes? The father's talking in the private room with him. The father? You mean like a priest? No, I think he means his dad. Mr. Winfred Big Wins Skataki. Die, you? You're the one on your way out, old? Oh, are they fighting? Sounds like they're fighting. Ah, they're here. Oh. I love his apron. Oh my god, it's such a cute little fox. Power with a cute apron. You Walkie's lawyer? Yes, sir. Well, I'm Big Wins Kataki, 4th head of the Kataki family. Capiche? Actually, I came to speak to your son. Mr. Justice. Yes? My son's innocent. He killed no one. If he were found guilty, it wouldn't be good. Capiche? Yeah, I'm all about capiche and capiche loud and clear. You gotta do more than just understand to make it. You'll learn, though. Even if the lesson comes at the end of your short life. Well, hold on now. I don't feel so good. What's the big idea, old man? You can't treat me like a kid no more. Not now. He does look like a little fox with his... You know, I wanted to go to the clink. I like it here. You must be Walkie. A G's not a G till he does hard time. Bazoy? You'll see, when I get out of here, things will change. My apologies, Mr. Justice. He's usually such a nice boy. Forgive me if I have a hard time believing that. You can't take me under your wing this time, old man. You heard me. I don't need no trial. I did it. Oh, son of a... I think that's enough for today, Mr. Justice. Don't let me down tomorrow. I'll do my best, sir. Oh, God. So much for talking to our client. But we made so much progress today. We even found my... I had fun, at least. Of course, the biggest mystery of all remains. How am I supposed to build a case for the trial? Guy Eldon? I like his hair. I like his ramen bowl vibes. I think he's a cool guy. I think all the characters they've introduced have been pretty good. Like Plum. I love Plum because she's like just sweeping, then she's like, shink. And I'm just like, damn, Plum. I think Plum's great. Took me a second to figure out what was in her hair because I was like, is that hair? Is it a hat? Is it a bow? But I think she's great. Next chapter? Oh yeah, we got time. Let's see how far we can get. Ooh. But I need to catch more Guy. Maybe when he's on trial, like maybe his like animations. Because right now he just had like his like noodle hair in his mouth and he was just like Yes, fine. We'll be fine. Here comes justice. I started my voice training at 5 this morning. Oh, do some now. I want to see. Here. Huh? Oh, okay. Ahem. My name is Apollo Justice and I'm fine. He's probably screaming that. Sounds more like a self-mantra than voice training. I'm fine, you know what I'm saying? He's got the police mascot. I just say $10. Hit me with the guilty verdict, G. See if I care. You just hang loose and let things go with the flow. You know what I'm saying? Not really. Walkie, don't be running your mouth like that in here. See, that's the difference between me and you, old man. I ain't afraid of no cops. Real G's can't keep it real till they spend some hard time in the pen. You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Sounds like they're both been voice training too, Apollo. My worst fears realized. The trial started and I still haven't had a real talk with my client. Oh yeah, I love his little... Ready to fight you, old man. Let's go. Alright, so we might get to like the first cross-examination. Wait, is his brother also a prosecutor? The defense is ready, Your Honor. Cliver. Clavier? Clavier Gavin. Clavie Gavin. His brother. Long time no see, Prosecutor Gavin. Are you taking a leave of absence? You know that little band I started in my free time? Thing is, we got real popular. Hard to say 9 to your fans when 3 of your singles go platinum, yeah? I see. To be honest, I was a little concerned. I feared that you might still be distraught over that one trial. Not to worry, Herr Judge. I wouldn't miss this day in court for the world. It's worth even more than VIP passes to one of my concerts, yeah? How could I pass up a chance to see the true strength of the little boy who bested my brother? Oh. It was worth canceling a show or two. Oh no. Understood. You may give your opening statements to the court. Before that, I was thinking, is the air in this courtroom not a bit serious? It is a court of law. There's no way to get the crowd jumping, Herr Judge. They're not supposed to jump. This is a courtroom. Achtung, baby. Today we play it my way. Sometimes you have to get up in order to get down to prosecuting. This is crazy. The victim, Paul Mirkuritz, director of the Mirkuritz Clinic. The scene, People Park. He was found pulling a noodle stand. What in the world was a doctor doing pulling a noodle stand? Yes, I believe. You will only find that out by asking the defendant right here, right now. Because it's an undeniable truth that he shot the victim. What do you mean, undeniable? If you are to glare at anyone, Herr Justice, glare at the punk in the defendant's chair. His crime was witnessed quite clearly, you see. Very well. Please admit this witness to the court. Oh, that was fantastic. Sorry. It was a little matter to be cleaned up. Could you talk without the accompaniment? No, that was great. I swear I could see the guitar for a second. What is it, Prosecutor Gavin? The animation. Flawless. Why did the little punk do it? Why did he kill the director of the Mirkuritz Clinic?
Objection!
Not so fast. The defendant doesn't have to explain that. Oh? But what if the defendant specifically requests to do so, as he did this morning? God damn it. I want to give a shout out to all my homies, I believe he said. What? God damn it, Walkie. I always say that on stage, you should hit the crowd with speed and ferocity. Sounds like he got you good, huh, Polly? Son of a... Well, this is highly unusual, but the court will now hear from the defendant concerning his motive in the crime. Please say something stupid. Or nothing at all. You, son, are the defendant, Walkie. I ain't your son, old man. You step to a Kataki, you best be prepared to step strong. You step to a public official, you best be prepared to step into jail. You gotta hand it to him, Walkie sure has guts. It's not his guts I'm worried about, it's a big mouth. Well then, the court will now hear testimony on the defendant's motive. I'm sorry. I'm remembering a freaking Game Changer bit where it's like the defendant stupidly interrupts his lawyer's closing statement, and it's like Brandon Lee Mulligan and what's his name? I always forget his name. But he plays on the Dimension 20 with him. He plays like usually the really cool characters. Not Oscar. It's Kataki? Otaki? Something. But he's just like, my defendant, he didn't do it. And then the other guy goes, oh yeah, I killed him. And it's like, no, no. It's like, why did you just admit that? And he's like, bro, why? He's like, did I mess up? It's like, yeah, you messed up. So that's what I'm envisioning right now, that my client's about to be like, I did it. And it's like, no, please stop. Don't admit you did it when you didn't do it. Actually, hold on. How old is he? The doctor was a cracker? How old is he? He's 19. Ah. Oh, wait, he's the fiance. Wait, I thought you were the daughter. Why'd you say mom then? Oh, I guess just because mother-in-law, mom. Okay. Anyway. Oh, something's happening in chat. This is why I couldn't explain Christoph Gavin's last name until now, because the pun is mostly tied to his brother. So let me explain Cliver's name. Cliver literally means piano in German. Oh, Clavier? Befitting his musician status. For Gavin, it comes from his band Gavineers, which is a pun on Gewinner, which is the German word for winner, referencing Kleiber's successful career both in the court and on stage, while the meaning runs a bit deeper to Kristoff's side, it spoils. Is that a spoil? That doesn't really seem like a spoil. Maybe? I guess in some circles it could be a spoil. But it's just like, there's another guy, he has a brother. It's like, alright, cool. I was in his clinic about half a year ago. He messed up my op something bad. Then he just lets me go without a word. See you later. Bye. So I gotta go in, get another doc to patch me up again. That was the day I done figured it out. No OG's gonna let that pass. So I went to his pad that night. Know what I'm saying? His pad. What? He had the wheel card. You're saying you were one of the victim's patients? A lot of stuff goes down when you're keeping it real on the street. Let me just make sure I'm saying it right. German. Yeah, Klavier. Okay. Just making sure I was thinking of the right pronunciation. A further explanation for Kristoff would be spoiler for later, so I'll not go more in depth there. Oh. So, wait, but Kristoff's in jail now, isn't he? Or does he make like a comeback appearance? I guess maybe he makes a comeback appearance and maybe it's gonna explain what happened 7 years ago. But then why would his name have something to do with what happened to Phoenix Wright 7 years ago and him not being an attorney anymore? I guess we'll find out. What? And ran into an ambush? G busted a cap right in me? According to my sources, you couldn't stand the stress of waiting and ran in 15 minutes before the appointed time by yourself. Yeah, I was more than a match for those guys. So you were carried to the Meerkats clinic from there. Apparently he was shot in the heart. Shot in the heart and he's still alive? Wow. I catch bullets between my teeth, but I never learned how to catch them with my heart. The bullet stopped just short of my thumper. You know what I'm saying? I would have been golden if it weren't for that whack doc. I mean, he fixed you up. Couldn't even take out a stupid bullet. So as you say, the surgery was a failure. That ain't all of it, Holmes. And then he just lets me go without a word. See you later, bye. What do you mean, he just let you go without a word? What do you think it means? It's whack, that's what. Ow. I'm not sure what that means, but it sounds bad. It sounds as though her doctor wished to hide his mistake. That's why he let the defendant go. He's a liar, straight up. He's a badder G than me. So I gotta go in, get another doc to patch me up again. It's been 6 months. So his bullet is still... You know it. I can still feel it. Right there in my chest, pressing up against my heart. Your words are like a bullet shot straight through my heart. Or something to that effect. Incidentally, that's from one of our hit singles. That sounds like a straightforward case of malpractice. Word, J-Man. Word, no accident. That's... Oh, shit. Oh my god. Seems that there were issues with this doctor. Hold on. If there's a bullet on your heart, and you said it was half a year ago, why would it take so long to get it fixed? I mean, it's been 6 months and you're not dying, so maybe he left it in there because he's like, it's better to leave it than take it out. That was the wackest thing of all. All those G's lying up, taking eye exams and all that. Better to die young than fade away, bizoy. A relief to hear. Eh? What's a relief? Oh, did your father not tell you? That bullet you carry so close to your heart, if not attended to immediately, it could kill you. What? Yeah. Yes, her Dr. Meerkats had knowledge concerning this ticking time bomb in you. Knowledge that could have saved your life. No way. That's whacked. There is proof. Your checkup report. That metallic object found in your heart. Ironic that you would kill the one man capable of helping you. You're almost as careless as he was.
Right, that's the thing. They would not wait this long.
Well, not this place is hopping. Let's get this gig started. Love snapping. We've had enough of a warm-up act, yeah? Time to hear from the witness. Walkie sure is quiet all of a sudden. I'm a little uneasy myself. Is this Gavin's strategy?
So, is this Gavin's strategy? Oh! So, you will tell us your name and occupation? Hello? Hee hee! Why are you in a graduation outfit? My name is Wesley Stickler. By occupation, I take it you refer to some labor that profits society at large and supports a livelihood, under which definition I must confess to being unemployed. However, we must acknowledge the meaning of identity, which is commonly attached to this notion of occupation. And once we've accepted this reality, we see that our confusion is not gestalt per se, but derives from the vagueness inherent in all representations of thought. By which he means to say that he is a student. A junior at Ivy University, if I'm not mistaken. Please don't talk that fast. Yes, in the Department of Science and Engineering. Filled with curiosity for all things, I spend my days in pursuit of truth, honing my... Herr Stickler, please direct said curiosity to the case at hand today. Very well, Mr. Stickler. Please testify to the court about what you saw on the night of the crime. What were you doing out? I feel like you're the panty thief. You asked quite simplistically what I saw. Oh, God. Oh, okay, he's going. Okay. A night in the park. I will say this, based off the cover photo that I saw of the, like, you know, Trilogy collection, I want to know who the guy with the black and white and hair and the scar is, because I'm like, you look cool. I'm like, are you a prosecutor? Are you a defendant? A shot. The bullet hit the man pulling the stand from the front, square in the forehead. In the forehead? I thought he got shot here, in the temple. Was there anyone else in the park at that time? I can say with 100% accuracy that there was not. The pistol our witness refers to is this. Court accepts this into evidence. Question mark. Did we check Walkie's hands for gun residue? Did we check the student's hands for gun residue? Because that shit don't go away. It's been like, what, a day? It's probably still on him. Can't help but feel I've seen him somewhere before. Do we have many new prosecutors for this game? I imagine we do, because it's been 7 years since Phoenix Wright was one. The man facing him. I saw them quite clearly. The man facing the victim was the defendant. In his head he held, yes, a pistol was pointed at the bad boy this stand. Right, that statement right there. Sus.
Objection!
Good. Checked. Is that you relaxing? I see, Head Justice. Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Objection! Once is quite enough, Mr. Justice. What is now happening? Problem. Yes. The problem is the location of the entry wound. It's like a scar, which then I realized, I assume you mean the line going down from the eye? I don't know. All I saw was like white patch of hair, black hair, and then it was like 2 distinct lines going around his face. So I was like, I guess it's a scar. Ending women? What is happening? Oh. Oh, I see. It's the executive order, and that's why all the websites are down. Goody. Guessing it's not a scar? Then again, I just saw the one angle from that tiny photo, so I'm most likely very wrong. Let's see. Trilogy. Yeah, the right temple. Yeah, it is. You got it, buddy. It's a contradiction. Don't doubt yourself.
Objection!
him to trifles. No. Ooh. He knows who I'm learning from. That's not a good picture that doesn't show it. But it kind of does. Find a better picture. Well, I guess it was just the shading. He's like, you look at his cheek, there's like a line going down his face, so I was like, oh, I guess it's a scar. Because, you know, when you look at it being this big, you're just like, oh yeah, it must be a scar. The victim turned his head at the last moment. Mm-hmm. Yes, I think he did it. I'm calling it. I think the student did the shooting. Alright, I took action. Okay. Ceases at once, you two, I cried with composure. The victim turned in the direction of my voice, and a shot rang out, whereupon our cowardly killer, the defendant, appeared to have become frightened. Tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene. Well, hold on now. Was this the outfit you were wearing last night? Definitely check it for gunpowder residue. Because even if you didn't shoot the gun, if you were near a gunshot and the wind is blowing, still have some specks on you. It's all sus. All very sus. Alright, so where did he toss the gun? He stood here, shouted, "Oh, stop, please," or something of this nature. And the victim responded by looking in the witness's direction. No! He would be looking this way, which would go like eyeball area. That is so... Who does a full 90 degrees when he's right there in the middle? Right there at a 45. That's shading of a strong jawline, I guess. Right, because, you know, like, when it's smaller, I was like, ah, it looks like a scar. But I guess it's just his big old jawline. Such a liar. I will say about the characters that he's in the next game. Yes! Because I was like, he looks cool. Objection! Yeah, 2 shots are fired. Wait a second. Another misleading request? That you're so beholden to your own mode of discourse you can't see how it affects you. Shush your face! Wait a second, you say. A second? Are we intended to wait just that? A single second? 1/6... Somebody shush him. Had you asked for a longer period of time, say 3 minutes, 35 seconds, Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor. I might understand you are objecting to the length of a second. No. No. Here, just look at the pistol. It doesn't have a single fingerprint on it. Common ploy made all the more common, I fear, by the prevalence of television. Criminals these days are loath to leave fingerprints. He's a fan favorite? Oh, I'm excited then. I was like, he's got the design of being a fan favorite. God, little girl sticking it to the university student. There's a song in there. I'm not little. You're 15. You're little. But let's think like adults, shall we, Fraulein? Get away from her. What if the killer, the defendant, was wearing gloves? Gotta admit, I didn't think about that, Apollo. God damn it. Well, Mr. Justice, could the killer have been wearing gloves? No. The record of the murder weapon is very clear about one thing. The fingerprints were wiped, which means some trace of prints remained, which contradicts your testimony. If everything happened as you say it did, he wouldn't have had time to wipe the pistol. That may be, but it does not change what I saw. The killer, the defendant. He threw down the murderous weapon from his hand and fled. Why? Why not just throw it into the river? And this pistol was found at the scene of the crime, strongly suggesting that this was the weapon he disposed of. Yeah, why would he not throw it in the water? Sounds solid to me. Well, hair, forehead, any of your precious objections? What gives, Apollo? Let's see that voice training go to work. You know, I've only recently realized something. No matter how much you train your voice, it doesn't matter if you have nothing to say. What do you mean, nothing to say? Isn't it obvious from what the witness just said? Huh? Isn't what obvious? When he restated what he saw just now, he said Walkie dropped a murderous weapon. But that's not the same as being 100% sure of what Walkie threw away. You're right. He's just confused because a pistol was found at the scene. Poor Mr. Stickler. It must be hard to be so perfect and yet so wrong.
His eyeballs. His eyeballs were wiggling. Oh my god. Just like, what'd you say about me?
So the witness saw the killer throw something. Let's see. Also, for the next game, something to consider. There is when to play the DLC case, but that's something for then, not now. I guess we play the DLC at the end, because that's, I imagine, when it came out. It came out after the 5 cases, so we probably should wait at that point. Was that a sword?
Shiv, Your Honor.
Late night movie last night. A sleep-deprived judge. This knife was found at the scene of the crime, with the defendant's prints on it. His prints? This single piece of evidence proves 2 important things. 1, that what the defendant threw down wasn't a pistol. 2, that the defendant wasn't wearing gloves. Indeed. Oh, hair, forehead. Can you stop calling me forehead? You're forgetting 2 other things you've just proven. That he was there. 1, that the man the witness saw was the defendant. Yep. 2, that the defendant was holding a knife with the intent of harming the victim. Indeed. Never underestimated Gavin is the lesson here. This court is of the opinion that our witness is fond of making assumptions. In that light, I believe it would behoove us to hear about what really occurred. Oh, what's happening? The Dead Space remake. Okay, is there another Dead Space? Title soon to be available. Oh, they're releasing like more Dead Space comics. Okay. Or like re-releasing it, it seems. Nice. Assuming that my assumption is no better, his eye wiggles get me. What this court assumes is that the witness will testify as to what happened after the shot was fired. Yeah, buddy. Are we on time? 10-ish minutes? Okay, we're doing good. I could not prevent the killer from leaving the scene, nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience. Ergo, I used my cell phone to call the police. Until the police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else. I don't trust it. Yeah, why didn't you chase him? He was, as you say, a killer. Of course I could have run him down, yet what would he have done when cornered? Sadly, it takes more than the aptitude for solving quadratic equations to know that. Did the testimony earlier not prove the defendant's presence at the scene? And do we not also now know that there was no one else there? It seems clear that we have our killer. Does it not? Yeah, I think the student killed him. Gotta find a way to take this testimony down quick. Not prevent the killer from leaving the scene.
Hold it!
Which way did the killer run? By that time, it was clear the killer had noticed me. Naturally, he had ran in the opposite direction. That would mean he ran in the opposite direction from the Kataki mansion. Aktung don't even think about pointing out he was going away from his home. All he had to do was loop back once he was out of sight. The DLC came out after, obviously, but chronologically it takes place between 2 and 3, and it's also written as such. It was played there. There's nothing wrong with playing it after the 5 main cases, as it's mostly a filler case, but it might make the experience a bit confusing to go back in time after all the reveals of the finale main story because it impacts multiple characters. Wait, so are the reveals in the DLC or in the 5th case? I'm assuming if I just let it run, it would we would automatically go to the DLC, right? Or would it just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 DLC? Because if it just goes 1, 2, DLC 3, perfect. But if it doesn't automatically go to it, then how would I know?
Proof in 3 parts. Exquisite, simply exquisite.
Actually looks like he's going to cry. I mean, I guess we'll just let the game run, right?
Hold it!
Because for the most part, I don't pick, you know, which one we're doing first. I'm just like, continue, you know? Anyone could appear from any direction. Is that all? No one came. Nothing happened at all. I saw it all, which is to say, I saw nothing. It was late at night. It's not odd to think there would be few people around in the park. So we just stood there, watching. Not much to go on there. It's a bit odd. Drews, if you got something to say, by all means, say it. Can't find a single problem with that testimony. You can use your whoosh ability. Maybe it's time to back off a bit. Alright. There's nothing fishy about that testimony at all. It appears there are no objections to the witness's current testimony. There are any number of ways to explain the lack of prints on the pistol, I assure you. Perhaps the killer really was wearing gloves which wiped the previous user's prints off. Then, after the deed was done, this fell out of his pocket as he was throwing the gun away. A mistake befitting of a small-time punk, in my opinion. Again, if he was throwing it away, why not throw it in the river? Why would he just... I'm just gonna drop it on the ground for anyone to find. Here, I need to check something. They don't have the crime scene photo of it. But if I'm not mistaken, it happened in here, right? Yeah, this is the people park, and like there's a river over here. So like, why would he drop it versus just chucking it in the water? Then gets rid of all evidence. You're gonna be a criminal, be a smart one. Don't actually do crime. Just disclaimer, this is, yeah, all hypotheticals. How unfortunate. Like, we've all seen TV, we've all seen crime shows. I believe this brings the cross-examination to a close. This court will now declare a verdict for the defendant. Walkie-talkie. Well, hold on. Who's eking? Who's objecting? Oh! Oh! Nobody move! What? Oh, is it the dad? What's the meaning of this? Who are you? There'll be no verdict in this court. Not yet. Wait, are you one of the Katakis? The Katakis? You mean the notorious gangsters? If you don't want to see me give the pretty little girl a new smile, do as I say. Oh my, well, the knife is facing the wrong way, so she's kind of fine. What? This court will not bow to pressure from the likes of... Yeah, Judge? I see little point in further aggravating this gentleman. Recess, 20 minutes, or I promise you, you'll regret it. Oh, wow. Oh, he just... Alright, well, kidnapping case. Come to the defendant lobby, Apollo. What am I, psychic now? So case 4 and 5 reveal a lot of stuff. Will make you see some characters in a completely different way. Going back in time to DLC will be weird. It's hard to explain without spoilers due to how major and wild the reveals are. As for the game's autoplay, it goes 1, 2, 4, 5. It never auto sends you to the DLC. You need to manually select that one from the menu regardless of when you want to play it. Again, just play it whenever you feel like it, just not between cases 4 and 5. I mean, it sounds like I'm gonna forget about this and I'm just gonna play the DLC afterwards. But I think this is a good stopping point because it's asking us to save. So let's get that. And then we'll do a little bit more research into the DLC and be like, okay, like how big of a reveal is the reveal? Because it's like, if you make a DLC, right, and they expect you to play it between those two cases, would you not then tell the player that they should play this DLC between that, right? Because this is like a huge collection bundle, which means they've updated the graphics, they've updated the DLC, they've all done this, you know, bugs fixing everything. So would the devs not have it do that if that was their intended play? Why would they let it run in that order if they were like, oh no, this is gonna be really weird and confusing, you know? Well, we got our stuff. So we'll just say return to the games menu because we just saved. So who's the other lady? So hold on. So we're on episode 2. And then there's 3 and 4. And then this is the second game. And there's 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, who is she? What is this, an anime? Oh my god, is there anime? Oh, there's the locket. He gets his badge back. I'm getting a little spoiler, but I figured as much. It's called Ace Attorney. I figured he comes back. Oh, what is that? Who's this? This is a destroyed courtroom. What happened to Apollo? Oh my god, I can't wait. What happened to you, bro? What happened to you? Jesus Christ. And there's our cool spooky guy. And then this is supposedly the DLC that you said, I don't, is that a whale with a hat? Our fully 3 didn't have anime cutscenes. Amazing. So this is the DLC. So you're saying that if we were to hit, new game, it would just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, not even touch this. And you're saying this DLC needs to be played between these two. I'm gonna just let it run. What's costumes? What's this? Old school suit? Oh, wow. Styling street clothes? Athena Sykes? No. Okay. And then this is game 3. Oh, wow. Oh, is she one of the, she's got like a Magatama thing. Okay, we got game 1, game 2, game 3, game... Oh, there's our guy again. Game 5. Was it a Carabao? And then DLC for whatever is happening. But then what's this then? This museum section contains spoilers. Oh, okay, so this is the museum section. Got it. Well, they all look very cozy. Okay, so hall, library, accolades. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna let it run. And then if they're like, you did all 5, and then they don't give us the DLC, we'll just play the DLC after. Because I'm like, why would the devs not have it run that way if that's the recommendation? It should run that way, Anyway. We have started our long journey of Ace Attorney, Apollo Justice. Beautiful big bundle. But that's not bad. We're on the 2nd case, so that means maybe tomorrow we finish case 2 and maybe start case 3. Alright, well, until next time, everyone. Suzu is Massey. Bye-bye.